Okay.
Let me share my screen. My screen is visible.
Teams. Yes.
Teams is
चला
visible.
गया था. Now it is unshared.
Mhm. Now see, now it is visible.
Yes, yes, yes.
So till yesterday we have covered domain one, all concepts. Okay, and
Hmm.
today we will working on the or we will practicing the questions. It's a scenario based questions, and
Hmm.
the complexity level of the question is similar to the what CISA will ask in the real exam. Okay,
Hmm.
ISACA will ask in the CISA exam. So
Okay.
just a minute. Yeah, so I would like you to go through the question and try to uh,
Yes,
give
sir.
the
1
answer.
minute.
Okay,
1 minute. Let me open my notes. No.
sure, sure.
New Word file. Practice questions. Hmm.
Yeah.
The
So
internal
the
audit department wrote some script that I used for continuous auditing the IT. For shutting system. Considering the ability of the constitution, as a rewarding for the business section of the school, if you are a school field is last one, sir.
okay, last means D1, right?
D. Option D.
Okay, so let's understand what the question is saying. The internal audit department wrote some script that I use for
Hmm.
continuous auditing. Okay, the IT department asked for copies of the script so that
Hmm.
they can be used for the setting up a continuous monitoring process or key system. Considering the ability of the information system auditor to independently and objectivity audit the IT function, should sharing this script be permitted? So you got the answer. You got the question that they have
Hmm.
basically wrote some script for continuous auditing, and they distribute the copies of that script uh, to other departments. Okay, and and that can be used for setting up a continuous monitoring process of key system. Okay, so considering the ability of the information system auditor to independently and objectivity audit, the IT function should share this script permitted. So as per the uh, ISACA guideline, uh, auditor has to maintain the uh, independency and objectivity. Okay, so
Hmm.
considering that, is it okay for whatever the auditor is doing? Is that okay? So we can go so the main once you go through the question, uh, you need to try to eliminate which is not the correct one. Okay, so we will go through one by one that options. So
Hmm.
option A is saying that sharing the script is not permitted because it gives IT the ability to pre-audit system and avoid an accurate comprehensive audit. Okay. Then sharing the script is required because it must have the ability to review all the program and software. So first is saying sharing the script is not permitted. Then B is saying sharing the script is required. So what C is saying sharing the script is permissible if IT recognize that audit may be conducted in area not covered into the script. Then D is sharing the script is not permitted because the IS auditor who wrote the script would not permit to audit any information system where the script are being used for the monitoring. So in two question, basically in two options, it has been said that sharing the script is allowed, and in two it is saying that sharing of script is not permitted.
Not allowed.
Okay.
Hmm.
Fine. So, since so you need to understand the question when that script is being shared internally. Okay. So the internal audit department wrote some script that are used for the continuous auditing. The IT department asked for the copies of the script so that they can be used for the setting of continuous monitoring process or key system. Considering the ability of the information system auditor, the independence and objectivity audit, the IT function should share this script be permitted. So you can see here what question is saying that they are sharing the script internally to their internal department, okay, to facilitate their audit, okay. So first of all, we should eliminate first two. Sharing the script is not permitted. That can be eliminated because they are doing it internally to strengthen their process. So that can be at some extent allowed. Second is sharing the script is required because IT must have the ability to review all programs and software that run on the information system and regardless of the audit independent. Sharing the script is permissible if IT recognize that audit may be conducted in area not covered in the script. Okay. And then D saying sharing the script is not permitted because the IS auditor who wrote the script would not be permitted to audit any information system where the script are being used for monitoring. So I think they here the answer would be C because sharing the script is permissible if the IT recognize that audit may be conducted in area not covered in the script. Because the audit which is going to be performed, it is not covering no, or not covered that area, which is basically comes basically not covered under the script. So you got my point. They can share the script internally, but uh,
Hmm.
in the area in the domain where audit will they will going to perform the audit, that should not comes under that script. Okay. So let's see the answer.
See.
C is the correct one. We can see the explanation. See, IS audit may not be able to review the effectiveness of the script, but it can still audit all aspect of the system. So IS audit may not be able to review the effectiveness of the script, uh,
Hmm.
right? So if he cannot able to review the effectiveness of the script, but it can still audit all aspect of the system. Okay, so that is the reason basically. So means in the script has been shared internally, so somewhat it is permitted. It can be allowed, but thing is that uh, those domain should not comes under or should not mention into the script where the auditor is going to perform the audit. So
Hmm.
that can be allowed. Okay. Okay. So this is the first. You can see the complexity of the question and the
Yes, now
language,
it is
right?
getting harder. Hmm.
And as
If I
per
read
you,
just once, I will go with D.
yeah, you
But
need
if I
to.
read twice, then yes,
Mm.
C is correct.
You need to basically to be very focused on the question, what exactly
Hmm.
the question is saying, and what is its objective. You will see that in examination, all the four uh, options will look similar. Okay,
Same.
but you need to think as per the uh, audit guideline, and as per the ISACA ethics, and as per the
Hmm.
auditor mindset. These things you need to follow these things. Okay, and based on that, basically you need to eliminate those who are likely to be uh, incorrect, and then
Hmm.
once you one by one eliminate the options, you will get the correct answer.
Yes.
So you will get the similar or
I
maybe more
have
than
to
this,
read hmm,
more than
twice.
more than more than harder in terms of
Hmm.
complexity. You will get the questions in the real exam. Okay.
Okay.
Now, second question is asking which of the following is the best factor for uh, determining the required extent of data collection during the planning phase of an information system compliance audit.
1 minute.
So, try to read the question twice and then give the answer.
Hmm. First option ये spelling correct है ये? I think organization under defined. What is this? Option sir spelling. I
A
think there is
complexity
something wrong.
of the organization
अच्छा undefined.
undefined operation. I
एक ही
think
में
there
लिख
is
दिया
some
ना वो.
there is
हम्म.
some mismatch in the or typo error or something like that.
हम्म.
So the question is saying which of the following is the best factor for determining the required extent of data collection during the planning phase of an information system compliance. So during the planning phase uh,
So
of
in
the ISO
first
audit,
and C, option A and C, I have little confusion, but
mm,
I think option C is the best choice.
option C is saying purpose, objective, and scope of the audit. Okay,
क्योंकि
let's
उसी के
see.
बेस पे हम लोग we will check
Yes,
out. Yes.
it's the correct one. You
Hmm.
can see the explanation also. So
Hmm.
the extent to which the data will be collected during an information system audit is related directly to the purpose, objective, and scope of the audit. Right. So an
Correct.
audit with a narrow purpose and limited objective and scope is most likely to result in less data collection than an audit with a wider purpose and scope. Statistical analysis may also determine
Hmm.
the extent of data collection, such as same size of or means of the data collection. Right. So you are
Hmm.
correct. C is the correct option. Okay.
Yes.
Let's move on to the next question.
रुकिए सर 2 बार पढ़ना पड़ेगा.
Yes. So which option you think would be the best?
1 minute, ऑडिट ऑप्शन देख रहा था एक
Okay.
मिनट। सी।
Okay. Let's check. So what the question is saying, an information system auditor is developing an audit plan. Okay, they are developing an audit plan for an environment that include new system. Okay, they are going to
हम्म
develop a plan, audit plan for a new environment. Okay, enterprise management wants the IS auditor to focus on recently implemented system. Okay,
हम्म
how should the IS auditor respond? Okay, so first option is audit the new system as requested by the management. Second is audit system not included in the last year undefined scope. Third, determine the highest risk system and plan accordingly. These audit system not in last year undefined scope and the new system. Okay.
सो बी और डी तो हो ही नहीं सकते।
Yes, yes.
इट्स वेरी सिंपल,
Yeah,
तो
so
इट्स ए
basically
एंड
that
सी। बट
hmm,
बट एज पर आईसाका वी हैव टू गो विद द रिस्क बेस्ड अप्रोच, तो आई ऑप्शन सी, आई
hmm,
थिंक इट शुड बी
let's
सी।
see. Let's see. Yes, C is the correct one.
यस।
So if you go the explanation, the best action is to conduct a risk manage assessment and design the audit plan to cover the area of highest risk. Okay, ISACA is audit and assurance standard 1201. Risk assessment in planning and statement in 1201.1. The IIT audit. If you go through, you also need to go through that uh, uh, review manual, CISA review manual. Okay, so that we will provide you basically.
यस
Well,
सर।
because thing is that everything we cannot cover in this
हाँ
small
हाँ, यस यस
times.
यस,
Okay,
जस्ट टेल मी
so
व्हाट आई
but
हैव टू रीड दैट
yeah, but
आई
we
विल
have
गो
extracted what is best for you or what is
थ्रू।
what area is required to explain the concept. Okay, so we have extracted that
हम्म
and we are explain you that on basis of that basically. But like here,
हम्म
what it is mentioned that ISACA IS Audit Assurance Standard 1201 that we have not covered
हम्म
because if there are many such like of audit standards are there in the ISACA. So if we are going to cover that, so it will be a lengthy present PPT from our end, and it also we
जो
it's
जो
not
स्टैंडर्ड से
possible.
रिक्वायर्ड है वो बता देना सर आप।
Yeah,
आई विल गो
so
थ्रू।
that yeah, so you need to go through that at your end also. Okay, we will
यस।
provide you that CISA review manual. You can
ओके।
refer that. Okay, so
यस।
C is the correct one. Okay, great. Let's move on to next.
अब एक मिनट सर।
What best describe the risk that information collected may contain a material error that may go under undetected during the information system auditing?
Information, that information collected may contain a, okay, contain a material. I think sir, detection risk. Yes, D.
D. Okay.
D. Detection risk.
Okay. So, what question is saying? What best describe the risk that information
Hmm.
collected may contain a material error? If the
Hmm.
information which has been collected, it contain the material error that may go under undetected. So, suppose
Hmm.
material means you have collected few evidences. Okay.
Yes.
To perform the audit and it may contain material that may go undetected. So material error
Hmm.
means you have missed few documents. Okay.
Yes.
that may go undetected during the
Auditor has
information
missed
auditing.
to identify there is
Hmm.
some risk. So detection error, I think maybe.
You need to you need to think on macro level, means at highest level, right? Detection error,
Hmm.
when you are selecting here, you are working at the ground level, means you are thinking like, since the auditor has missed few material or missed few documents, so there might be a possibility of detection is
Hmm.
because since
Hmm.
they lack that particular evidence, so he is unable to detect the
Hmm.
basically risk in lack due to the lack of that evidence. Okay, but what would be the entire impact of that if he
In,
missed few documents and he missed the underlying risk? So
hmm.
uh, what would be the impact on as a whole, as a on what this will going to impact? This will going to impact to whom,
The audit, uh,
right?
the organization, yes, the audit
Organization,
as well.
it will going to impact the organization, and risk
Yes,
will
that's
be
why in
calculated.
B and D, I have little confusion. But
Yeah.
sir, देखो, I think audit risk is equal to inherent risk into control risk into detection risk, is no multiple.
Mm-hmm.
Multiplying all this type of three risks, then we will
Yes,
get
yes.
audit risk. But
Audit risk, yes.
detection is what auditor has missed to find during
But
the audit. So I
what
think
would be the impact of that? It is going to impacted the entire audit, right? And
yes,
ultimately,
yes,
it
yes.
will going to impact
Impact
the
will be yes.
business, right?
Correct, correct, correct.
we
Yes.
are we are not here looking into, you know, somewhere at a lower level. We are
Hmm.
exercising this activity because at higher level we need to give present the report, and at organization level, so stakeholder will decide what to do and what not to do, what controls need to be implemented. So at all these activities will going to impact at higher level. Got my point? So it will
Hmm.
ultimately going to impact the organization, right?
Hmm.
So, if the auditor missed few document or has not performed the audit diligently, so ultimately uh, it will there
So
will become audit risk will become. There is a, you know,
audit risk.
audit risk. There will be
Yes.
a audit risk because ultimately organization will say that I think auditor are not uh, well qualified to perform or identify the risk. You got my point. So
Hmm.
it will come under the audit risk,
Audit
I
risk.
think, yeah.
Okay.
Because you need to think like an auditor. You need to think
Hmm.
uh, all this whatever activities has been going on,
Hmm.
what would be the impact of these activity ultimately.
Hmm.
Ultimately, it will going to impact the organization only, right? So let's see.
Yes.
So if we suppose if we uh, check on D, okay, then see. D will be the
Yes,
wrong.
option.
B is the
Because yes,
correct
I
answer.
got it because it is written na may contain a material risk. It is not saying it has contain. अगर
Yes, yes.
has लिखा होता ना, then it is
Hmm.
detection. Otherwise, it is audit
Yeah,
risk. Got it.
it may
Got it.
contain. Yeah, so you need to
Hmm.
understand the uh, questions terminology also. So audit risk is
Yes.
the
Yes.
probability that information or financial report may contain material error and that the auditor may not detect an error that has occurred. What these saying,
Hmm.
detection risk is the risk that material error or misstatement that have occurred while not be
Hmm.
detected by
That
an
have
information
occurred.
system auditor. Yeah,
Hmm.
that have occurred.
That
Okay.
may देखो ना सर आप इस
Yeah.
wording में may
Yes,
contain
yes.
तो audit risk and that has contained then detection risk.
Yes, yes. So
Got
you
it.
need to focus
This is
on
good
the,
question.
yeah, on the, the terminology of the, how the
Yes.
question has been structured. You need to understand that also,
Yes.
right? So you
Okay.
need to read the question
Properly,
peacefully
like
two
twice.
twice time. Yeah, twice time.
Uh,
You will get, but not more than thrice. You do not get
time ही निकल
such
जाएगा.
time. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So it will be B.
हाँ,
Next.
sir, wait.
Yes.
दोबारा तो पढ़ना ही पड़ेगा इसका. पर चलो.
For which of the following controls would an information system or IS auditor looks in an environment where duties cannot be appropriately segregated? Overlapping
Hmm.
controls, boundary controls, access controls, compensating controls.
I think A,
Why you are thinking A?
because auditor look into environment where duties cannot be appropriately segregated. तो overlapping जो कंट्रोल होता है ना उसमें ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम होती है.
Okay.
मतलब रियल लाइफ एग्जांपल के हिसाब से मैं सोच रहा था इन दैट पर्सपेक्टिव. एक्सेस कंट्रोल इजी, बाउंड्री कंट्रोल ये क्या है आई डोंट नो. कंपनसेटरी कंट्रोल ये तो अल्टरनेटिव हो गए बस, नथिंग मेजर. सो आई थिंक ऑप्शन ए.
Okay. So, okay, let's see. Option A. So, why you come into this conclusion that question and option A is the correct one? Overlapping
लाइक
control.
बिकॉज हाँ ओ इट इज ओवरलैपिंग ना लाइक वी
Overlapping.
बिकॉज हाउ कैन आई एक्सप्लेन इट इन रियल लाइफ. I have seen, sir. They like in some cases, na two departments are like fighting now. This is not my control. The other team has to do it. You know,
So basically,
something.
overlapping control are the basically you can say that are the two controls which are going to address the same objective or exposure.
Ah,
You
yes,
got what?
that also, that
So
also. Yes.
okay, so it is also difficult to install because suppose
Mm,
if you want uh, for access management you want to uh, deploy some uh, identity provider, suppose Okta or AD, Azure AD
mm,
or something. So at a time you can only deploy one tool for that control, right? If you're
mm.
trying to deploy another tool on top of the first one, you need to uninstall the first tool.
First
Otherwise,
one,
it will
yes,
not,
obviously.
going to allow you to install.
Mm,
Okay. So
mm.
overlapping control is actually uh, are the control which is addressing the same control.
Same
Okay,
purpose. Mm,
by the two controls, and but at the
mm,
same time it is difficult to deploy both the control for the same control.
mm.
You got my point. So I think that is little bit difficult. So let's see. Yeah, so overlapping control is
Compensating
not.
control.
Yeah, compensating control. So let's see.
Duties cannot be appropriately segregated. Compensating control, then how?
Yes, yes, let me check. So compensating control are internal control that are intended to reduce the risk of a existing or potential control weakness.
Mm.
They may arise when duties cannot be appropriately segregated. Okay.
अरे ऐसे थोड़ा. तो compensating control देखो आप as far as I know compensating control तब करते हैं
when there is a
when we cannot actually
implement the
cannot
main
do the
control,
costly,
when
yes, the main control. तो
okay.
कुछ
So in
compensating
the
control करके
so
उसको manage करते
but
हैं.
for compensating control there it's not a proper control, they are we deploy in lieu of the
Hmm.
main control. So compensating control
Hmm.
in itself is a weakest control. It is not
Ah,
as
yes, weak
strongest
control.
as a main
But the
control. Okay.
question here is different.
So
Question is asking segregation of duty.
yeah,
Segregation of
so duties
duty.
cannot be
So
appropriated, properly segregated. Segregation of duties cannot be properly segregated in the compensating control. In the main
एक मिनट सर,
control,
ऑप्शन ए का पढ़ता हूँ एक बार. ओवरलैपिंग कंट्रोल्स और टू कंट्रोल्स एड्रेसिंग द सेम कंट्रोल ऑब्जेक्टिव और एक्सपोजर. Because primary control cannot be achieved when duties cannot or are not appropriately segregated. Difficult to install overlapping. ये ऑप्शन ए ही करेक्ट लग रहा है सर, पढ़ के भी.
no, no. See, देखो इसे समझने की कोशिश करो, ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस. कंपनसेट
हम्म.
ओवरलैपिंग कंट्रोल क्या है? ओवरलैपिंग कंट्रोल, यू आर एड्रेसिंग द बेसिकली एनी वीकनेस और एनी कंट्रोल, एंड यू आर ट्राइंग टू mitigate that by implementing two controls, main controls. In the overlapping control, you are trying to mitigate the risk by deploying these two control, which is not a compensating one, that is a main control. Okay. So in the main
हम्म.
control, everything will you will going to deploy properly. So SOD and all these things will be you have to properly deploy. But issue is here is that you cannot address two different control for the same weakness. You cannot deploy it. Okay.
अच्छा, ये कर ही नहीं सकते ओवरलैपिंग
हाँ,
कंट्रोल.
ये that is,
इट
it is
इज
not
वी शुड नॉट डू
possible
इट.
actually. Yeah, it is not
हम्म.
possible. As I
ओके.
given you example that if you are going to deploy Okta, then you cannot simultaneously deploy Azure AD for that control, for access management. Okay, you need to uninstall Okta,
ओके.
then you need
ओके.
to install another tool. Uh, it
हम्म.
is not possible to simultaneously implement both the solution for a given issue or given
गॉट इट.
weakness. Okay. But in compensating control, strength is always weak than the main control. Okay.
हम्म.
And since it's a compensating, there would be chance that SOD may be compromised. Okay.
यस, यस, यस,
So
यस, नाउ गॉट इट.
that is why here it is mentioned that compensating control. Okay.
हम्म.
So you have you seen that how tricky the question is, how they have penned the
These questions are
question,
hard.
right? Because you need to think out of the box. You need to
हम्म.
have all the possibilities. You need to cover the entire audit universe. You got my point.
हम्म.
You are only covering
Yes.
this audit
The
scope,
high
but
level.
yeah, at high level you need
Yep.
to cover entire audit universe actually. You need
Hmm.
to think like that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, moving to the next.
So the following is a key benefit of a controlled self-assessment. Management, ownership of the entire subjective. So sorted.
Which of the following is a key benefit of a controlled self-assessment?
Testing control. Option A and C. These two, but let's go with A.
Okay. So let's check what are the options. Which are the following key is a key benefit of a control self-assessment? Okay. Management ownership of the internal control supporting business objective is reinforced. Audit expenses are reduced when the assessment results are input to the extent audit work. Fraud detection is improved. Internal auditor can shift to a consultative approach by using the result of the assessment. So here they're asking of the key benefit of the controlled self-assessment.
Mm.
Management ownership of the internal control supporting business ownership is reinforced. I also think A. Let's see.
Mm.
Let's check. Yes, A is the
Yes,
correct one. So can you explain why you mention A?
because CSA करते ही इसीलिए हैं so that internal management has to perform their own uh, department's audit, है ना,
Hmm.
to meet the business objective. क्योंकि फ्रॉड डिटेक्शन तो चलो आप ये तो नेक्स्ट पार्ट हो
Hmm.
गया, मे बी कर भी पाए नहीं कर पाए, वो तो
Hmm.
सेकेंडरी चीज हो गई। फर्स्ट ऑप्शन शुड बी दिस बिजनेस ऑब्जेक्टिव मीट करना।
Yeah, let's check the explanation. So the objective of a controlled self-assessment is to have business management become more aware of the importance of the internal audit and their responsibility in terms of the corporate governance.
कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस, यस।
Okay. To support the corporate governance, we are we perform the controlled self-assessment. For D, basically CSM may give more insight to internal auditor, allowing them to take more consultative role. However, this is an additional benefit, not the key benefits. Okay. D is it's an additional benefit, not the key benefit. Key benefit is your A1.
ए
Okay. Let's move on to the next one.
क्या कह रहा है? हम्म,
So, what is the primary requirement that a data mining and auditing software tool should meet? Okay,
डेटा
the
माइनिंग
software.
अलग सॉफ्टवेयर है, ऑडिटिंग सॉफ्टवेयर अलग है।
No, no. So
तो
it is used under the or you might get chance to audit the software. So with respect of that only they have framed the question. You need to think like that.
what is the primary requirement that a data mining and auditing software should meet? Okay, the software tool should interface with various type of enterprise resources. So, interface, database, accurately capture data environment, without qualities, audit system, supporting system support and access. Hmm. There is the
So which option can be the
quantification.
correct one? Any
सी
thought in
छोड़
your
के तो
mind?
बाकी सब सारे ही लग रहे हैं सी छोड़ के, बट आई थिंक बी इज लाइक मोर एक्यूरेट।
D. D1.
बी ऑप्शन बी।
D.
No, no, D,
B.
B,
B for
B,
ball.
option B. Yes, ball.
Okay. So it is saying accurately capture data from the enterprise system without causing excessive performance
Performance
problem,
problem.
right?
Hmm.
So if you go through the all the options, so it looks that all other options are also looks good or nearby
Good,
the answer.
yes.
But thing is,
Yes.
you need to understand which is the best one, right? So
Hmm.
let's see. Yes, B is the correct one.
Finally.
So you, because the main objective is that whatever tool you are using, that tool should collect the data uh,
Yes.
in a or capture the data without causing excessive
Because if
performance problem.
accuracy is like
Is the
compromised, then
primary.
other option
Yeah,
is automatically wrong.
yeah. Accuracy
That's
accuracy
why
is
I choose
the
B.
yeah. It's on.
This
It
is the
should be on
main
prime.
concept. Yes.
Yes. It is also mentioned here, although all the requirements that are listed and answer choice are described as software tool evaluated for the auditing and data mining purpose, the most critical requirement is that the tool work effectively on the system of the enterprise being audited. So,
Hmm.
authenticity of the tool is very important. And what data
Yes.
that particular tool is processing, what are the input they are taking, what is the business logic they are doing, and what are the output they are giving. All these things should be authenticated and as per their standard operating procedure.
Correct.
Okay, so their functionality is very important, and that is the
Hmm.
reason here option B is the best choice.
Hmm.
Okay, great. Now, let's move on to the next one. Read it and
One
try to
moment.
give the best answer.
Long. इंडिवी स्पेलिंग सर फिर से वही लग रहा है ना, मर्ज
Where?
कर दिए हैं इस पे इंडिविजुअल द क्वेश्चन में लास्ट लाइन देखिए प्राइमरी बेस्ड ऑन द इंडिविजुअल
Individual, undefined. Yeah,
अच्छा
it's they merged
अनडिफाइंड
the.
होना ही नहीं चाहिए एक्चुअली बेस्ड ऑन द इंडिविजुअल
Uh,
एक्सपीरियंस एंड वो होना
hmm,
चाहिए ठीक है
I
मतलब
think
एक
there's
मिनट
some
फिर से पढ़ना पड़ेगा
a long, a long-term
स्ट्रॉन्ग
IT employee with a strong technical background and a broad managerial experience has applied for a vacant position in the Information Secure System Audit Department. Determining whether to hire this individual for this position should be primarily based on the individual individual experience. Yeah,
हम्म
undefined should not be there.
हाँ 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 वही I don't know. I'm sorry, but when the government or existing IT relationship in my borders will whether they were to do the audit function. They would do some yes audit to the independent publishing. This is also a very tricky question. So options C and D, these two,
Hmm.
hmm, independency, I think this should be the D.
D. So, you understand the question means there was an employee who is there in
बहुत
the company from a
he is very
long time
experienced,
in
मैनेजमेंट
experience.
स्किल भी है.
So
हम्म
the
they
management
they
want
want
to
to IGP
be part
ट्रांसफर
of
करना
the
चाह रहे हो.
hmm,
हम्म
part of the
they want to
audit
come
team.
into the audit program. The thing is IT knowledge is fine, but
Hmm,
independence जो होता है ना independence of the IT
hmm,
relationship वो that I think option D would be right
right.
choice.
Let's see. Let's see. Yes,
Yes,
D is the
correct.
correct one. Yes.
Hmm.
Independence
This
should be
question hardness
continuously.
level is like more.
Yeah, and you will get little bit more hardness in the level in the exam.
Okay.
Okay. So, so ultimately thing is that these are scenario based questions, right? So
Hmm.
what they will, how they uh, prepare the question on which scenario, it's totally un undefined. Okay, you cannot predict it. So
So, how much time, sir, I have to spend on each question? Any thoughts?
hardly you need to
Because
cover
I have to read,
all.
sir, at least twice. I think
So you
if the
need
hardness is increased,
three
na, so
minutes. You
at
need
least
to
two,
spend.
three times,
Three
three
minutes you need to
minutes.
spend, not more than 3 minutes. Under 3 minutes you need to go through the question analysis, think it,
Hmm.
if required, you can over rethink it, and then you need to, give your best answer,
Hmm.
best choice.
Because if I understand the question, then most probably I will get it right.
Yeah, yeah, but the thing, so
Conceptually,
that is
if
that is the thing, that your concept should be clear. Based on that, only you
mm,
can give your best answer. Okay.
mm,
Since scenario-based question, you cannot identify or determine the probability of,
mm,
prediction.
yes,
But once, if your concepts are clear, you need to think based on the audit universe, right?
correct.
Not on the
Mm,
scope of the question. Scope is, you if you once you read the question, you can, the scope of the question is whatever it is mentioned here, but the answer should be comes from the entire universe, audit universe.
mm,
You need to
yes,
relate everything, then you have to give the best answer. So like here,
yes.
you have relate everything, then you have given your best solution,
Mm,
and it is correct, right? So in the
yes.
in the similar manner, you need to give your answer. Okay.
Mm, okay.
So independence is very important. So there would
Mm,
be arise a question of independence. So
mm,
ability an IS auditor to be independent of an existing IT relation.
mm,
Okay, this is the primary key option. Okay,
yes.
let's move on to the next one.
1 minute. For retail business with a large volume of transactions, check the following audit technique and most appropriate for addressing emerging risks. Following technique, audit technique.
For a retail
Audit.
business with a large volume of transaction, which of the following audit technique is the most appropriate for addressing emerging risk? First of all, you need to understand what is emerging
What
risk.
early risk assessment? Sure. Sample transaction law, continuous audit, use of I think A, sir.
A is the
Use of
use of
computer.
computer assistant audit technique.
The risk quarterly option A and D, I think. Sorry, A and B. Quarterly risk assessment. This is assessment. Continuous audit. Okay. This
Now,
is.
here the key term is emerging risk. You need to think based on that, right? So,
Hmm.
how you will tackle the emerging risk? Emerging risk means those risks
Then
which are
continuous audit करो फिर आप.
which that is why I'm saying think based on
Hmm.
the keyword key emerging risk. Emerging risks are those which are might be you are not aware of those risks, right?
Hmm.
Like zero-day vulnerabilities and all these things. So how will
Hmm.
you going to, you can easily handle those risks which you are already aware of that, and you have a solution of
Yes.
that. Okay, you can implement
See
that
them.
control. But any risk which is undetected or undefined or do not have any
Hmm.
solution, then how you can manage that? You
Yes.
the only way to manage that risk is basically based on the behavior and trend
Hmm.
analysis. Okay, and
Correct.
so for that you need to you required not a single tool. You will require a combination of tool, and based on the
Multiple tools.
behavior and analytics, you need to uh, uh, tackle or encounter that risk. Okay, or accordingly
Hmm.
you can mitigate the risk. That, so you need to think how in order to uh, do that, what would be the best choice, which is mentioning here, how you can implement or deploy that process to mitigate
D, sir. D.
this undefined risk.
Let's choose B.
Hmm.
Sorry, D. Last option.
Because see, A is where the cat is a tool. Basically, all the
It is
major
just a tool.
enterprise tool.
It's.
Okay, all these
Hmm.
enterprises, they are predefined tool, and they have a predefined, set of
Mm-hmm.
information. On basis of that, they basically uh, handle the
Analysis part.
and perform the analysis. Yes. And then
Mm.
quarterly risk assessment is, it will be a long time, in one quarter you have to
Yes,
perform. So
yes.
there in between, if something happened, how it
Then
cannot
how
be
we will address? Mm.
identified. Right? Sampling of a transaction log, if so it is a
This is
specific,
totally
it is
very
here it is mentioning the
irrelevant.
specific thing. Means there's
Mm.
a only transactions logs, you are talking about only
Option D.
transaction logs, okay. And out of the transaction you are only sampling it out, means your
Mm.
audit scope is again you are limited. You are
Correct.
okay. So and then continuous auditing. So I think
Mm.
when you are performing the continuous auditing, this is the only way where you can able to identify the emerging risk,
Identify emerging risks. Yes.
right? So let's see. Continuous auditing is the best option.
Yes, correct.
So implementation of a continuous auditing enable a real-time feed of information to management through
Mm.
automated reporting process so that management may implement corrective action more quickly. Okay. So do
Mm.
not choose this CAT. CAT is basically just an enterprise software.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
This is just a tool. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So
Mm.
do not believe on that.
Ah.
And they are
Then
not
I
able
read
to,
again, na. It is asking about what type of audit.
yeah,
Then I got to know, okay, okay, we have to change the audit type, not the
yes.
tool.
So you need to,
Yes, after it.
in the
We have
question,
to
you need
read
to,
twice, two, three times we have to
yeah,
read it.
it's your exam, it's your question. You have, you must read the question twice. It is
Yes.
beneficial for you only, okay.
Mm.
So because if you see in the question, the emerging risk is the keyword basically.
That is a
You need to,
keyword.
yeah, so that on basis of that you need to think, right?
Hmm.
So so it is also interesting question. It's interesting question. So let's move on the
Yes.
another.
What is this? Exactly. Testing, substantive
The
testing,
information system auditor is reviewing an access to an application to
access to
determine
an
whether
application,
a recently added accounts were appropriately authorized. This is an example of
compliance testing.
variable sampling, substantive testing, compliance testing, stop or go sampling. What is your option? What is your option?
C.
C. Yes, correct one. Let's see the explanation. Compliance testing
Mhm.
determine whether controls are being applied in compliance with policy. This include tests to determine whether new accounts were appropriately authorized. Okay,
Hmm.
so here basically compliance testing is the correct one because auditor is reviewing an access to no application to determine whether recently added account were appropriately authorized. So we will
Hmm.
obviously we will go for the compliance test, right? So
Mm-hmm.
again, you have given the right answer. It's good. Slowly and steady, you will your mindset is changing accordingly, right?
Hmm.
So you need to train your mind accordingly.
Yes.
Let's
The
have
decision
another
and the
option.
action of an information system are most which are the following type of risk. The decision and the action. ISACA.
So the decision and action of an information system auditor are mostly likely to affect which of the following type of risk?
Decision and action, fraud detection, inherent.
Version control. This is something.
Option B and C, I think.
Which one, B or D?
From B, no, detection or control में sir, I have doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Detection and B then.
B. B or D?
Yes,
Detection?
B. Detection.
Detection. Let's check. Yes, it's the
Hmm.
correct one. So what question is saying? The decision and action of an information system auditor are more likely to affect which of the following type of risk? So how you have come to this conclusion that option B?
Because he will, auditor job is to detect like where is the risk. Okay, and the
Mm-hmm.
key wording is decision and action.
Mm-hmm.
So it will be the detection risk will be affected automatically because control is like control inherent is already there.
Mm-hmm.
Business will continue whether auditor will whatever auditor is like recommending or not. So I
Mm-hmm.
that's why B
B,
detection.
detection. That's the explanation. So detection risk is directly affected by the IS auditors.
ये
Defined
अंडर डिफाइंड सर ये वर्ड ना आपके
under
क्वेश्चंस एंड एक्सप्लेनेशन में ना बहुत
auditor,
जगह ये है मर्ज्ड
auditor undefined.
ये अनडिफाइंड वर्ड ना आई हैव सीन लाइक सो मेनी
Maybe some
सेंटेंसेस
we'll ask with team to look into this. I
हम्म
don't know why this is coming so frequently. Okay, audit and procedure and techniques. So detection risk is the risk that
हम्म
review will not detect or notice a material issue.
हम्म
So yes, because inherent is in the associated risk.
हम्म
The asset is having control is the control which we are going to implement, right? Business is
हम्म
again not directly affected by the auditors.
ऑडिटर
So
डिसीजन एंड एक्शन
yeah, so basically detection is the
डिटेक्शन
most likely the option. So it's a correct one. Next question.
so next is which of the following is the most critical step in planning and information planning for management approval for the audit plan, review information certificates, performance assessment. हाँ बी
So which of the
ऑप्शन बी
following is the most critical step when planning an information system IS audit? Okay. While we are planning the information audit, so what would be the most critical step? First, A is reviewing finding from prior audits. Okay. So that is come later stage. Review finding. Obtain executive
यस
management approval of the audit plan. Okay.
बी दिस वन
B
ऑब्टेनिंग एग्जीक्यूटिव मैनेजमेंट अप्रूवल
hmm,
अप्रूवल के
review
बाद ही
the
कुछ कर पाएंगे नहीं
review the information security policies procedure, that is all.
ये भी
And then
सेकेंडरी है
perform a risk assessment. Okay.
वो भी अप्रूवल के बाद ही कर पाएंगे
Okay. So as per you, it should be B, right?
बी
Okay. Let's see. No, B is not the correct one.
बिना
perform
अप्रूवल
a
के
risk
रिस्क
assessment.
असेसमेंट ही परफॉर्म कर दें पहले।
Hmm. So who
यस।
will, so in our domain one, when we are going to the all the theory part,
हम्म।
so who will providing the approval to this audit? Either the board will provide, the
ऑडिट
stakeholder will
कमिटी।
provide, audit committee will give the approval, right?
हम्म। हम्म।
Not the management. Okay.
ओ
Executive management will
ऑप्टेन
not.
एग्जीक्यूटिव मैनेजमेंट
Hmm.
अप्रूवल फॉर द ऑडिट प्लान। ओके।
Executive approval is not giving the approval. You got my point.
ओके ओके।
So the
सिस्टर की।
option, then therefore the option will be, because it is the next
Directly then
step to perform
next
the
step
risk
is
assessment. Yeah,
risk
risk
assessment.
assessment, right?
Yes, this
To
is good
understand the
question.
initial security posture, we perform the risk assessment.
Hmm.
But
Hmm.
here, executive management is not providing the approval. It's a audit
Got it.
committee, right?
Yes.
So let's see. If we talk about the B, executive management is not required to approve the audit plan. It is typically covered by the audit committee or board of directors.
Yes.
Management
Yes.
can
Yes.
recommend an area to audit. Management only recommend the which area you is required to perform the audit. They are not giving the approval on the audit part.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yes. I missed that. Audit
Yeah.
executive
So
management.
so that's why D is the correct one. Because next step is
Hmm.
only the risk assessment, performing the
The
risk
risk
assessment.
assessment. Hmm.
So you need to keep your eyes and ears open while giving
Hmm.
the exam, right?
Yes.
Let's have another question.
1 minute. Just software active. Done. So, protection. Should step. Service oriented architecture. Okay. And then the process the page opening the service requirement. Even sampling the use of surface security standard. Sampling the use of security standard. Then sampling and the process access on the system.
You are taking more than 3 minutes of time.
Shift. अरे 1 मिनट हुआ है सर अभी।
Okay.
Understanding. So allocation of the power level and stage trip outcome. A sir.
A. Okay. So what question is saying that an information system auditor is reviewing a software application that is built on the principle of service-oriented architecture. What is the initial step? Understand a service and their allocation to business process by reviewing the service repository document, sampling the use of service security standard as represented by the security assertion markup language, reviewing the service level agreement established for all the system providers, and auditing the core service and its dependence on their on other system. So how you come to the conclusion that A is the best one? Can you explain?
Because first I think we have to understand the services.
Hmm.
What type of services this software is handling. I think that's why option A, building
Hmm.
business process by reviewing the service repository document and all.
Okay. So what the question is saying, IS auditor is reviewing a service application that is built on the principle of service-oriented architecture. Okay.
Hmm.
The, so what is the initial step? So obviously, being an auditor, if you are going to review any services or any software, so
Hmm.
you need to
Understand the
understand the
service first.
key process of that application, right? So what are the key services, where and what is the functionality of
Hmm.
the application, all these things. So that is the prime basically step you need to take. Then yes, and second one is sampling the user service security standard represented by the security. This is the later process, reviewing the
Okay, then option A
service
or
level
D, mein, sir.
agreement. So it is reviewing all service agreement. Service agreement is also a next step, not an
ये
initial
तो
step.
next step हो गया.
Editing the core service and its dependency on the other system. Okay. So, but you will start auditing once you are aware about the process and you are well have a knowledge on about the application, right?
Hmm.
So before going to the D part, you need to understand the A1, like understanding service
Yes.
and their
Understanding the
allocation.
services first.
What are the
Hmm.
services you are going to audit?
Hmm.
Okay, and their allocation to the business process wherever the business is taking services from that application. Okay,
Hmm.
and their repository document and the related document with that application. You need to go through that. So I
Understand the
think
service first.
A is the initial step basically.
Hmm.
Then after that D will come. Okay,
Yes.
because without
First we have to
um,
understand, then we have to go
yeah
to the auditor.
because going and
Part.
because undergoing A step you will not uh, switch to the step D. Okay,
Correct. Yes.
so A is I think correct one. Yes,
Hmm.
A is the correct one. Service-oriented architecture relies on the principle of the distributed environment in which service encapsulation business logic as a black box and might be deliberately combined to depict a real-world business process. Okay, so before
Hmm.
reviewing service in detail, it is essential for the information system auditor to comprehend the mapping of the business process to the services. Okay.
Hmm.
So before going to the audit, you need to understand the services, where it has been mapped with the business.
Hmm.
So all these things, what are the standard process document, what it is
Ah.
saying. So all these things you need to understand first, right?
Consider first.
Yeah.
Yes.
So as you are saying that you have a doubt between A and D. So again,
Hmm. But
you need
again,
to,
I have read, first we
yeah,
have to
you need to
understand the
understand.
service.
Yeah, you need to understand what would be the best option. I mean, what would be the best step? Initial step.
Initially step.
Yeah. Good. So you like the questions and the complexity, and
Yes, yes. These
yeah,
questions are, I think,
yeah,
more accurate
it's a
as per
it's a
CISA.
brainstorming,
Uh,
questions. You need
I
to
have to use like
your
more
uh,
percentage of my brain to answer this.
yes. You need to spend more energy on these questions,
Mm.
right? Let's take this question, then we'll take our 15 minutes break, then we will back. Okay?
Ah, yes. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
An information system auditor conducting a review of software users. Sing. So, software should not take. Okay. Delete all the copies of that. Software and the
Information System Auditor conducting a review of the software uses.
C. Option C.
Okay, so what the question is saying, then security auditor conducting a review of the software uses and licensing discovers that numerous pieces contain unauthorized software. Okay,
Hmm.
which of the following actions should be isolated take? So delete all copies of the unauthorized software, recommend an automated process to monitor to compliance with the software license, report the use of the unauthorized software and the need to prevent reoccurrence, warn the warn the end user about the risk of using illegal software. Yeah, so it's simple. It's
से
report the use of the unauthorized software
न-
and
ये इजी
uh,
था सर, एक और कर लेते हैं।
yeah,
15th,
okay,
ये
fine.
नेक्स्ट कर दो आप।
Let's see whether it is correct one or not. Yeah, it's a correct one. Fine. I
एक
think
और
we
कर
need
लेते हैं फिर ब्रेक। नहीं नहीं, वो
sure.
कोई जरूरत नहीं
Yeah,
है। ये क्या है?
an audit charter should.
Not a charter show. Dynamic change to start with the change in the certain profession. रिव्यू ऑफ इंटरनल क्या ये आधा लग रहा है
Where
ऑप्शन बी में। बी पढ़िए सर, आई थिंक
clearly
रिव्यू ऑफ
state the
इंटरनल
audit
क्या है?
or clearly state the audit objective and delegation of authority for the maintenance and review of.
मीटिंग एंड रिव्यू ऑफ इंटरनल
Okay.
ऑडिट, कुछ तो होगा ना आगे।
Yeah, I think there should be something.
एक मिनट, डॉक्यूमेंट द ऑडिट प्रोसेस डिजाइन, नहीं ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता। अथॉरिटी स्कोप रिस्पांसिबिलिटी, ये होगा सर ऑप्शन डी।
Okay, option outline the overall authority, scope, and responsibility of the audit function. Okay, audit charter. Okay, clearly state the audit objective and delegation. Document the audit procedure, design, achievement plan.
पक्का ऑप्शन डी लास्ट।
Yes, the audit charter because as we have seen earlier, so it is having authority, scope, and responsibilities. All these things will cover. Let's
यस,
check. Yes, D is the correct one. An
अभी
audit
इजी कर
charter
दिया है ऑप्शन
should state
लेवल।
management object. हाँ, उसको पता है ना कि आपको आ रहा है अभी।
लगातार करेक्ट करने लगेंगे ना तो आई थिंक
Delegation of
हार्ड करेगा
authority to
फिर।
information system. IS auditor. Correct, correct. Fine. So, do you want to go for break or
यस,
we can
10
continue?
15 मिनट चाय वाय पी
Okay,
के आते
50.
हैं सर।
Fine, fine. We will
यस,
connect at what time should we connect?
12 पे करते हैं
12.
सर। 12,
Okay,
एग्जैक्ट 12।
12, 12, 5 can we can connect. Okay,
हाँ हाँ, आप 12 5,
fine.
नो इशू।
Okay, fine. Let's have a break. Thank
ओके।
you. Hi Devrat, are you back?
Yes, sir, back.
Okay, good. So we have covered this one, audit charter. Okay, this
Mm-hmm.
question we have covered. My screen is visible, right?
Visible.
Okay, let's have another question.
Yes. Yes. Hmm. Option B.
So the question is an audit information system auditor find a small number of users access requests that were not authorized by managers.
Hmm.
So the normal predefined workflow step, okay, and escalation rules. The ISO auditor should option is perform an additional analysis, B report the problem to the audit committee, C conduct a security risk assessment, and D recommend that the owner of the identity manager system fix the workflow issue. Okay.
Hmm.
So as per you, option should be B.
B. Report the
Okay.
problem to the audit committee.
So how would you come to the conclusion that B would be the answer?
Uh-huh. We have to inform to the audit committee once we find
What
this
you what you will
workflow issue
but what you are going to inform to audit committee?
that the users are ordered without management approval in the authentication.
Read the
Small
question
number of users
properly.
require
Read the question
that were
properly once
not
again.
authorized by the management throughout the normal predictive workflow steps and escalation rules. Hmm. Option C. Conduct a security risk assessment first.
Security risk assessment would include not for the this specific control. It will be if you are going to perform the risk
Holistically,
assessment, yeah,
we will cover everything.
it will be a big exercise. So you cannot initiate for that. You got my point?
Security risk assessment. Additional analysis than A. This is a little confusing, but I think yes, A.
Hmm. Okay. So if you see, if you go on through the questions, the question is saying that auditor find a small number of users access requests that were not authorized by the manager. Uh,
Hmm.
it is not like that entire users, uh, all users are, unauthorized.
Hmm.
I mean, say the authentication process is not followed by all users. Only number of users are very small whose authorization
Hmm.
process has not been followed up. Okay, so
Hmm.
we cannot go for the risk assessment for this because risk assessment include the scope would be the large. Other controls would also
Hmm.
come under that. Since other controls are working fine, the issue is with this, so we will not initiate risk assessment.
The entire
Another,
risk assessment.
yeah, the
We can
another.
only do perform additional analysis.
Then next, if we go for D, recommended that the owner of the identity management system fix the workflow issue. Okay, so that only actually we need to understand that is the issue is really with the identity management system. Uh,
Hmm.
right. So we need to first understand where is the issue. Okay,
Yes,
because we
yes,
have not yet
yes.
identified the issue. So D is
Hmm.
all. We will eliminating the D. We will eliminate the C. And then B
Hmm.
is report the problem to an audit committee. We will definitely
Hmm.
going to report it, but what we are going to report that
Yes.
that manager should also aware about that. But where is the issue, right? So
Hmm.
at this point of time, manager is also not aware where is the issue. Okay. So
Hmm.
next option is perform an additional analysis. So manager would go for the additional analysis, right? This would be
Hmm.
the best choice, I think, because by this only manager can able to understand where is the exact problem is,
Hmm.
or where is the exact issue, why the few numbers of users are not being authorized. Okay,
Hmm.
so let's see. Yes, so A is the correct answer. If we go for the explanation, the information system auditor needs to be performed substantial testing. Okay,
Hmm.
and additional analysis to determine why the approval and the workflow process are not working as intended. So additional substantive testing is required to perform by the manager to understand the reason
Substantive
behind it.
test. Hmm.
Yeah, you can
Additional
make a
has to
note of
verify
it.
the
Substantive
Hmm.
testing. I think this we have also gone through in our session. I think substantive testing I
Hmm.
mentioned.
Yes.
Before making any recommendation, the IS auditor should gain a good understanding of the scope of the problem and the factors that cause this incident. Okay, so
Hmm.
before reporting it uh, to the higher management, uh, that a manager should also aware of where is the issue. Okay, so that need to
Correct.
identify first. The IS auditor should identify whether the issues was caused by the managers not following procedures, problem with the workflow of the automated system, or a combination of the two. Okay,
Hmm.
so auditor should identify the issue where is the real cause. So
Hmm.
we will go for the A option, which is perform an additional analysis. Okay,
Hmm.
that is the correct one.
Which
Next question.
of the following sampling method is got compliance? Well, different is sampling attribute.
So here the question is saying which of the following sampling method is most useful when testing for the compliance. Okay, so here you should
Hmm.
have knowledge of all the possible testing method. Okay, sampling method.
So
You should be
C
aware
and
of
D,
that.
sir, this is new. C and D, I don't know what is this. A
Certified
and B,
means
I know.
hmm,
So attribute is like a yes or no type. Variable,
okay,
I think B variable because I'm only aware of this A and D.
okay. Then why
As
you have
of now,
chosen
I will
B?
choose B.
Why? On what basis? What is the
Sorry.
rationale behind it? A.
A.
Okay.
Because we are testing the compliance.
Hmm. Let's
Policy is
see.
there, yes or no? Yes, A.
Hmm. Yes, A is the correct one.
But what is this C and D? I don't know.
Yeah,
What is this?
we'll yeah, so let's have this option one by one. So attribute sampling is the primary sampling method used for the compliance testing. Okay, so
Hmm.
I also informed you, told you about the role-based access control and attribute-based access control. Okay, so attribute-based
Hmm.
access control is at granular level, means if anyone needs to access their system, if attribute access control is there, so they have to be like within that limited time, like within 9 to 5, he can only have access, or for any particular location, if he is in the office, he can only access that particular information. If it is out of the office trying to access it, he is not allowed to do that. So these
Hmm.
are the time, geographical area, your location, all these things are the attributes. So if you are tagged with these attributes, that is called attribute-based access control. Here is the same attribute we are talking about. So attribute sampling is the primary sampling method used for compliance testing.
Compliance
Attribute sampling is
testing.
a sampling method, a sampling model that is used to estimate the rate of occurrence of the specific quality. You know, rate of occurrence of the specific quality or attribute. Like suppose uh, the employees are allowed to access their application within 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Hmm.
So uh, we need to check that. So here specifically that attribute we are focusing on. Okay. So the rate
Hmm.
of occurrence of the specific quality. So rate of occurrence, how many time a user is accessing the system between 9 to 5, how many time he's trying to access the system or application beyond 9 to 5. So these things will be we need to check basically. So that is called the estimate rate of occurrence of the specific quality or attribute in a population. So in this way, it will generate, if we daily count this, so it will generate a population with us. Like for if we talk about the monthly access control report. So if it is time bound, then it's a population, 1 month population will be collected. We can check the trend of the employee,
Hmm.
that whether he is really access or trying to get the access of the application between 9 to 5, or he's trying to get the access beyond 9 to 5. Okay, so in this way, so
Hmm.
that population we can identify using the attribute base, and is used in the compliance testing to confirm whether the quality exists. Okay, for example, attributes sample may check all transaction over a certain predefined dollar amount for proper approval.
Hmm.
Got my point. So for the compliance testing, attribute sampling is the primary one.
Hmm.
Okay. So this is one thing. Variable sampling is based on the calculation of a mean of for a sample extracted from the entire population and using that to estimate the characteristics of the entire population. So suppose you have collected 1 month sample, so you need to do the mean of that. So that is called a
Hmm.
variable sampling.
Yes.
Like for example, is sample of 10 items shown in average price of $10 per item for the entire population, 1,000 items. The total value is estimated to be $10,000. This is not a good way to measure the compliance with the process. So if
Hmm.
we go for the measure the compliance using this variable sampling, it is not the best way. If we
Hmm.
talk about the compliance audit, okay. Stratified means per unit sampling attempt. Per unit sampling attempt to ensure that the entire population is presented in the sample. This is not an effective way to measure compliance. So, what is stratified means? It is measuring the unit per unit sampling attempt, means for the particular sample per unit he is basically uh, calculating. So again
Okay.
here, if you are doing the sampling, so the entire you are doing a specific, you are creating a boundary, you are specified the thing, okay, to a certain sample. You are taking the sample and using that sample, basically you cannot calculate the compliance of the entire population. Okay,
Hmm.
so if we talk about the privilege access control, if you are doing, or if you are sampling few of the employees and rest of the employees you are left, then it would be a risk, because uh, privilege access has been provided to the entire population. You cannot sample it for a few
Hmm.
one, few employees. Okay, so that is called the stratified. Okay, certified sampling.
Hmm.
Then difference estimation sampling. Difference estimation sampling examines, measures deviation and extraordinary item and is not a good way to measure compliance. It's a basically it measures the deviation and extraordinary item. So basically if you're sampling, if you're basically taking the entire population of 1 month, and if you analyze the trend that whether that
Hmm.
employee has uh, trying to get the access between 9 to 5 or not, so you will get a uh, suppose if that employee 10 times he trying to access the application out of the specified time, okay, like 6 to 7 or 7 to 8. So through that you will able to get the deviation from the
Hmm.
standard. Means the standard is
Hmm.
that employees need to access their application between 9 to 5, but he's beyond that he's trying to access the application beyond that time limit. So that is called the deviation. And if you here you are trying to calculate the deviation, and deviation is something change
Hmm.
from the process. So that is not the best way to calculate or go for the compliance test. So
Hmm.
the best way is to perform the attribute sampling. Okay. So that is
Yes.
why A is the best option. Okay. Now you able to
Hmm.
understand the stratified and difference estimate sampling.
Hmm. Yes.
You can make note of that also, right? And if you want, you can make a note of it if you have not done. You can note it down.
Let
Stratified and
me take
yeah,
screenshot.
yeah, you can take screenshot also.
Hmm. Done.
Got it. Fine. Let's move on to the next question.
And testing program. Test program. System. Hmm. Option C.
Option C. Okay. And what is the basis uh, behind this? Uh,
Because uh, the requirement is not clear by the current change uh, process. The
okay.
reasonable level of assurance
Mm.
is not getting. That's why then next step we will do perform the walkthrough of the change management process. If there is any gap there, then we have to improve the process.
So basically, when testing program change request, when an auditor is testing a program change request for a remote system, okay, and
Hmm.
an auditor find that the number of changes available for sampling does not provide a reasonable level of assurance. Suppose there
Hmm.
are 20 changes happened for a particular month, and
Hmm.
he has sampled out of that he has sample of 10 change requests, and he is trying to audit that. So
Hmm.
uh, while auditing, he is not getting the reasonable level of assurance. So he is not getting an assurance that uh, these
Okay.
change are authorized or not authorized. Okay. So
Hmm.
so regarding that, what is the most appropriate action for the isolator? That means the question here is that from the given sample size, he is not able to identify the or he's not trying able to get the assurance whether the changes are authorized or not, or whether the changes has happened or not. Get my point.
Hmm.
So he is
Hmm.
not able to validate those sample size which he
Hmm.
has selected, right? So as per you, you have selected C, perform a walkthrough.
Hmm. Yes, but wait.
But walkthrough
So the
additional
here, the auditor is not
D.
sure about.
D. Yes, D. That.
So create an additional sample data to test additional changes.
Hmm.
But additional changes here in the question, it is not mentioning about the additional change. He is saying that he is not ensured about the
Convinced, basically.
he is not assured about the through sampling data. He is not assured, or he is not able to conclude what would be the result.
Hmm. Hmm.
So if he is not assured, then how he will confirm that there is a requirement of additional changes, because he is not able to confirm the changes, right?
Yes.
So how
Then
he
this
can
is not
confirm?
the right.
Yeah, additional changes will only come when based on their sample audit
A
size
confirm.
data,
A.
he can able to perform or able to conclude
Yes.
some result, right?
Hmm.
A,
A.
develop an alternate test procedure.
Hmm.
Yeah, that can be the best one, because I think because
Yes.
while he once he performed the audit based on the sample size, he
Hmm.
would not come to any conclusion that what would be the result, right? That means that
Hmm.
that auditor is not able to validate those sampled evidence, right? So he would
Hmm.
ask for, or either he would decide to go for alternate procedure for testing. You know,
Yes.
either he would go for alternate procedure, or he would ask for another set of sampling data
Hmm.
so that he can validate, right?
Hmm.
So B option, report the finding to management.
That is
It
next
can
step
yeah,
because.
it can be eliminated. Perform a walkthrough, it is also eliminated. Create additional sample data. So
Hmm.
that is also not, since the result is not confirmed, so we cannot go for D.
Hmm.
There would be a possibility of A. Okay,
Yes.
let's see. Yes, A is the correct one.
Hmm.
So if sample size objective cannot be met with the given data, the information system auditor cannot provide assurance regarding the testing objective. Okay, so in this instance,
Hmm.
the IS auditor should develop with audit management approval an alternative testing procedure. After getting the
Hmm.
approval from the management, he can go for the
He
another
can
testing
perform
procedure.
the audit. Hmm.
And what you are saying about C, walkthrough is not the
No.
initial step, I
Yes.
mean, right? Until and
Hmm.
until he will not able to verify the evidences, right?
Hmm.
So again, you need to properly assess the question, right? Then
I
what is
have
the
to read
requirement?
again like
Yeah, what
two,
is the
three times.
exact requirement, right?
Hmm.
So because it is properly stated in the question that he is not able to conclude to any result, you
Hmm.
based on the sample size of the data he has
Sampling.
selected,
Yes.
right? So you need to think like if the sample size he is not able to validate, so he can obviously go for or ask for the another set of sample data, or I can
Mm,
ask for the another alternative method of testing,
mm.
right? That that is a you need to develop that kind of mindset actually, right? It will come, it will be
Yes.
developed, it will come by once you go through similar questions or same
Yes, yes, yes.
or the you know scenario based questions like this, so
Mm,
you will able to easily analyze these
mm.
questions. Okay, let's move on to another one.
There. Situation. Here. Hello, question. हाँ, see.
C.
Hmm.
C Singh participated as a member of an application project team and did not have operational responsibilities. Okay, so the
Hmm.
question is saying that which of the following situation can impair the independence of an information system auditor? You know, impair means it can deform the
Hmm.
independency,
Hmm.
or
Hmm.
the auditor can be biased in this situation. So what are the
Yes.
situations? So first is implemented specific functionality during the development of of an application. If he itself trying to involve into the development of that application, you got my point, and
Oh.
uh, trying to change the application by their own way.
Hmm. Hmm.
So
Hmm.
it
Hmm.
is here it is
This
changing
also
the
can be
biasness,
right.
right?
Hmm.
And B is designing an
Design
embedded
and
audit module of an auditing an application. Embedded audit module for auditing an application, that is not the case here. Participated as a member of an application project team and did not have operational responsibility. Okay.
all this A, B, C is doing the same
Hmm.
independence issue for all this three. Provide consultation advice concerning application. This three D we can eliminate, but what A, B, and C.
The B is saying designing an embedded audit module for an auditing an application.
Audit module for auditing an
So,
application. No,
so for
B can be
audit, B,
eliminated.
yeah, B is not,
B can be
cannot be
eliminated.
considered. B cannot be considered.
Uh, for
C,
auditing, yes.
yeah,
A
C
and
for
C.
C is participated as a member of an application project team and did not have operational responsibility. So here,
Hmm. Operational responsibility he does
yeah,
not have.
yeah. So
Then
then in
fine.
that case, he is not have a
He's just
right to make any
advising then.
changes. Yeah, he
Hmm.
cannot make it any changes. So he cannot be biased
Perfect.
on,
Then A.
right? Implemented specific functionality during the development of yeah. So here
It
in
is A.
in A,
He has
he is
implemented.
actively involved in the development. The auditor is actively
Hmm.
involved in the development part. Okay, so that's why it is
Hmm.
saying implemented is so on basis of their
Specific
auditor
functionality.
instruction, on the basis of the
Hmm.
auditor instruction, the team has developed a specific functionality during the development of application. That means auditor is involved into the operation part, into the
Development
development
part.
part.
Hmm.
So here he
Hmm.
can have a chance to be biased. Okay, that
Yes.
that should not be uh, that should not
Option
happen
A
then.
then.
Okay, so
Hmm.
in this case, I think A should be the better choice.
Yes.
Yeah, let's check. Yes, A is the better
Hmm.
best choice. Independency may be impaired if an information system auditor is or was actively involved in the development, acquisition, and implementation of the application
Hmm.
system. right? If you are talking about the C, so IS auditor should not audit work that they have done, but
Hmm.
just participating as a member of the application system project team does not impair an IS auditor undefined independence. Okay. So here,
Hmm.
C can be a part of the operation team, but he is not taking actively participate in the development. Okay, although
Hmm.
he is not able to review his own work basically, or
Hmm.
since he is a part of the audit that operation team,
Hmm.
so in that case he is not allowed to perform audit for that. But
Hmm.
it is not actively involved in the bias. It cannot
Hmm.
show the biasness, right? He can suggest them, he suggests the team, but he cannot directly instruct them, and team cannot work on as per their instruction. Okay.
Hmm.
So
He's just an
biasness,
advisor.
yeah, biasness cannot be the case in this. So A is the best one, right?
Hmm.
So you need to think like that again, you are taking
Option also
uh,
I have to read it twice.
yeah, because you will get all the options who are looking similar. You
Yes.
need to properly look for,
Previously, all three were looking similar top. Then we again read it. Then B get eliminated. Then
yeah.
again read it. Then C get eliminated.
So you need to change your
Fine.
binoculars. Okay.
Yes,
You
I
need to have,
read.
you must have three binocular with you, and you have to see with all your three glasses, right? Like which
Yes.
one, which option is the good one or best one, right?
Yes.
So you need to be very
Nice.
careful.
These
Okay.
questions are good. Hmm.
You need to be very, you need to take a specific care while going through such question. Okay. Let's move on to another question.
The primary advantage of continuous audit approach that is recommendation stable to correct evidence substitute while process is taking place. Although to you know, plan the responsibility for and the responsibility for imports and the monitoring of executive requirements to the audit implies traction out of a complete system. So, I think B, but let me read again.
Which one? D.
Option B, B, second.
B1.
But
Okay.
again, let me read again. Uh,
Yeah, you can take your time, but you have to complete it within 3 minutes.
yes.
Okay.
System. Option B,
B.
second.
Okay. So the question is saying the primary advantage of continuous audit approach is that. So what would be the advantage of the continuous audit approach? So A does not require a information system auditor to collect evidence on system reliability while processing taking place. So it is not there. It can be
It is
eliminated.
not.
Allow the ISO auditor to review and follow up on the audit issue in timely manner. That can be considered. B, C,
Yes,
place the responsibility of the enforcement and the monitoring of the control on the security department instead of the audit. No, no,
not
this can be
eliminated.
eliminated. Simplify the extraction and correlation of data from multiple and complex system. Okay, simplify the extraction. So this comes under the operation part. So that we will
Hmm.
not.
This is operational part.
Yeah, that we have to think based on the like in terms of the auditor. So
Hmm.
operation part is the part of the audit. So we will.
Hmm.
It's a granular level activity. So we need to.
It depends on scenario, so we cannot directly select
Yeah,
this.
yes, yes. So, because B is allowing the IS auditor to review and follow up an audit issue in a timely manner. So that can be
Hmm.
more uh, possible case, I think. So let's have. Yes, B is the correct one. So continuous audit allow audit and response to audit issue in a timely manner because audit findings are gathered in a near real time. Okay. And if we talk about the
Yes.
uh, D, the use of the continuous audit is not based on the complexity or the number of the system being monitored. Okay.
Hmm.
So continuous audit is not based on the complexity or the number of the system being monitored. Fine. So B is the best one option. Okay.
Hmm.
Let's move on to another question.
Yes. Which are the following? The independency of the quality assurance team. Okay. So, the development method, string compliances, state sanction, correcting code, recording, checking code, yeah, B.
B,
Second. Second one.
checking the test assumption. Okay.
Hmm.
So the question is which of the following impair the independence of the quality assurance? So
Hmm.
do you know what quality assurance or what the tester
Tester.
is doing? Yeah,
Yes.
so what is
Yes.
their work basically?
They are reviewing the code, what developer
They are
has
reviewing
developed.
the code. So while
Hmm.
reviewing the code,
They should not assume anything. They should
yes.
check it properly.
So while reviewing the code and while they are also not means reviewing, they are testing the code basically, right? So
Yes,
they
yes.
while testing the code, they have a different scenario. On different scenario, they
Hmm.
have basically test the code. Okay.
Hmm.
Different module they are having basically, right?
Hmm.
So different module means they are have a different assumptions with them. Like if A option A is working, they will test with option B. Then if that is also working, they will test with option C. So from each and every angle, they test the particular code. You got my point. So there are n
Hmm.
number of assumptions are with them, right?
Assumptions or scenario?
Yeah, in testing with from the testers, and it is called the assumptions. They are assuming it, like they
Oh.
have the test code with them, and they
Hmm.
based on that they perform the testing, right? So they are assuming that this could be the possibility. In audit terms, that is called the scenario. In their terms,
Hmm.
it is called the assumption. You got my point.
Okay.
On tester point of view, it is called the assumption. That is, but in the
Then
auditor
wait. Then option C. Then option C will be correct.
option C. Hmm.
Hmm.
So it's a
Because I
valid
was
active.
not aware this test
Yeah,
assumption is I was thinking test assumption is like they are assuming something.
they are assuming, but in under the scope of their test environment. You got my point.
Okay.
Since they have a code, so they
Hmm.
have a test cases basically, and number of test cases they are having,
Hmm.
approved test cases, I would say. Okay, so
Okay.
based on that they perform the testing. Okay,
Hmm.
so that in their basically language they called it as test assumptions.
Hmm.
Okay, so
Okay.
this is a valid activity, I think, checking the test
Hmm.
assumption. Okay.
Then yes, it is valid then.
Then C option correcting coding errors during the test process. Okay.
Hmm.
So when tester is in itself start correcting their code, I mean whatever
Hmm.
they have identified, and if they start
Then what
working on
developer will
it,
do?
yeah. So that would be at some point of time the tester would get biased, and it would be possible that
Hmm.
he would not uh, uh, perform the due diligence process, and he will not uh, remediate that code as per the requirement.
Yes.
So there would be a possibility of chances of biasness. And D, checking the code to ensure proper documentation. So proper documentation is the later stage process, documentation part. Business required development, all that testing. During the testing, they have another list of documents. So, but that they will create once they ensure or perform all the tests. So that is the
Hmm.
later, that is not the initial phase basically. So here the
Hmm.
option I would think is the correcting code and errors during the test process. When the tester itself start correcting their code, it can be biased. So it will,
Yes.
impair the independence of the QA, right?
Hmm.
So let's check. Yeah, C is the correct one.
Yes.
Yeah, C is the correct one. And if we talk about the test assumption, checking the test assumption is a valid OA function. Okay, so
Hmm.
it is the it is a valid basically QA function basically. Okay, so
Test
uh,
assumption is a process
yeah,
in
it's a
which
basically
the tester.
testing under the test environment they have n number of scenario. You can consider that of assumptions. On basis of those approved assumptions, they perform the test for the particular code.
Hmm.
Okay, so that is that is a valid activity.
Scenario.
Fine.
So it is a valid activity.
Yeah, it is a valid activity from QA end.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay.
Let's move on the next question.
Yes. Planning and of the critical step or step as step more indicated. First, area of significant risk.
Yeah, just a minute. So in planning an information system audit, the most critical step is the identification of the first is area of significant risk. Yes, this is one of the case skill sets of the audit staff. So that is also critical, but that is not the prime one. Test
Hmm.
step in the audit steps, time allocated for the audit. Okay. Okay. So these are also seems to be valid, can be
But
considered, but thing
secondary,
is,
like
yeah, but primarily we need to uh, identify the
focus on risk
most, yeah,
areas.
most favorable option basically.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
the most critical step is that area of significance is to identify the risk basically, right? So let's check.
Hmm.
Yes, that is the correct one. When designing a risk-based audit
Explanation
plan,
is fine. We can skip explanation
we can
for
escape.
this
Okay,
question.
if you okay with this, okay, fine. We can move on to the next one then.
The most practice control directly support the operation effectiveness of transaction processing. Reported practice to controls and efficiency. Some sign testing, acceptance testing, inspection, document perform test on the risk prevention, and test on the risk prevention. D.
D.
D. Control design testing, substantive testing, inspection of the relevant option D.
Option D. Perform test on risk prevention. So the question is the most effective audit practice to determine whether the
Hmm.
controls accurately support the operational effectiveness of the transaction processing is okay. So here we need to determine the control accurately supporting the operational effectivity of transaction
Yes.
processing. Okay. So A is control design testing. Okay. Controls are accurately supporting the okay. Control design is one can be considered. Substantive
Hmm.
testing, inspection of the relevant document, and perform test on risk prevention.
Hmm.
Okay. Control design testing. Okay.
The
So
control is
you think
already designed, but we
control
have
design
to
here we need to test
check the effectiveness.
effectiveness. So test of design
We have
means
to perform
design.
the test.
So design has already been you know
Done.
made and yeah.
Yes.
So that cannot be considered
A
here.
cannot be
Yeah.
considered.
Inspection of this relevant documentation through
Yeah, that
documentation is
C can be
yeah.
ignored.
Yeah. Perform test on risk prevention.
Hmm. We have to
Okay.
actually see whether the controls is preventing the risk or not. We have to check that.
Hmm. What
That's
about
why I
substance? What about B, substantive testing?
substantive testing. I forgot what is that. Sorry, I have to review once more. What
So
is this?
so we have already taken this one of the question related with this, right? Uh,
Uh,
Substantive testing. What was the question there? Uh,
but
Substantive
other
testing
option
basically.
was the other option was correct. That's why I didn't bother for this stuff substantive testing.
But
But I have to revise this substantive.
yeah, you cannot ignore you cannot ignore this
Hmm.
one also, right? So substantive testing
Here is my notes. Wait.
like it's a kind of compensation test, compensating control and all that things we have used, right? Under the
Hmm.
substantive testing, right? Earlier. So basically, substantive testing are the testing related to the like at granular level means uh,
That's
like walkthrough and all that, or to check the effectiveness or document review,
okay. So this
right?
can also be considered.
Yes, yes.
Substances. Okay, I think then B is the one.
It is not on basis of you think it should be
Yes.
properly.
Uh, I
You should
saw the
have
notes. It is B.
B.
Hmm.
Okay, let's check then. Yes, B
Yes.
is the correct one. Let's go for the explanation of this. Testing of A is control testing design. Control testing of control design assess whether the control is structured to meet a specified control objective. So that is a test of
Hmm.
control design. We are not talking here
Hmm.
about, we are talking here about the effectiveness. Okay, so that can be eliminated under the B substantive testing. Among other matters such as document review or walkthrough, test of controls are the most effective process to assess whether the control accurately support
Hmm.
operational effectiveness.
Substantive testing.
To
Okay.
identify the operational
Because in
effectiveness, we
uh,
need to review the walkthrough. We need to go through the review the documents. We can go for the walkthrough for the entire period. Basically,
hmm.
uh, we can ask for the walkthrough of the control. So through that, we can accurately measure the effectiveness of the operation of the control, right? So
Hmm.
B is the keyword. So you should remember this substantive testing. Okay, you make a note
Yes,
of
yes,
it.
this
Then
definition.
ins
Yes, let me
then
write.
inspection. Yeah, inspection of the relevant documents. So control documents may not always describe the actual process in a accurate manner. Therefore, auditors relying on document review have limited assurance that the control is operating as intended. So
Hmm.
control document,
Testing is used to
go through the operating procedure. Okay, to understand
Hmm.
the effectiveness of the uh, operational basically operational effectiveness. Okay,
Hmm.
so control design or control document cannot explain it in detail, so that we can eliminate. Then perform test on the risk prevention. So performing test
Hmm.
on risk prevention is considered under the compliance testing. Basically, this is a
Hmm.
type of testing is used to determine whether policies are adhered to based on the ISACA. A policy is adhered to the uh, respective
Performing
organization.
test on risk
Yeah, risk
on risk
prevention.
prevention.
So it's a compliance. Under compliance testing, what we identify? We identify that risk, right? We measure the risk
Hmm.
under the compliance test, right? So perform test on risk prevention. Risk prevention means you are going for the compliance testing,
Okay.
right? So in spite of that, they can also mention here option D, compliance test.
Hmm.
But if they mention compliance test, then you will in one go you can identify. But they have uh,
Hmm. They have changed the
yeah, they have changed
definition
the
word.
yeah. They are a
Okay.
little bit more tricky here, and they have mentioned the word perform test on risk prevention, right?
Hmm.
So again, here the best answer would be substantive testing. Okay,
Yes.
so this is a good question actually.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
You can make a note of this. You
Done.
have
Done. Done.
done. Okay, then
Ah.
let's move on the next one.
Is this extent which data will be entered in the system? It should be determined based on. Hmm. Availability of data. Required information. Auditor again the spelling I think in B and C spelling are
Audit,
on
audit,
is-
auditor undefined. Again,
I
this
think
is
auditor
und.
familiarity with undefined should not be there. This is
Yeah,
spelling is
auditor
uh,
familiarity with the circumstances. Yeah, and auditee ability to find derivative evidence. Yeah. undefined.
Purpose and scope of the
Not
audit
defined.
being done. Purpose and scope of the audit being done. Done?
The extent to which data we collect during the information system audit should be determined based on the
Auditor familiarity with the circumstances. Circumstances. Hmm. Purpose and scope.
option D.
Hmm.
Okay, the question is saying the extent to which data will be collected during an information system audit should be determined
Hmm.
based on the, so on which basis you are collecting the data. So are you would going to ask from the auditory that we require
Yes.
such data. So obviously it is based on the, you need to
Scope
have the scope
and
with you
purpose.
and the purpose, right? So
Hmm.
it's a straightforward
Straightforward, yes.
question here, right? Uh,
D.
but but if even if you are getting any straightforward option,
Again, then I have
then
to
you
read it
have to
again.
go through all the options, right?
Option,
To
yes. That's why
to
I take
ensure,
in time.
yeah, to ensure that yes,
Double
whatever
check.
you are going to select is the best one, right? So
Questions.
availability of the critical and required information. Okay, that
That
will consider
is
later on. Or audit
uh,
auditor familiarity with the circumstances, auditee ability to find relevant evidences.
this is
That is
something
that is also
secondary
not the
things.
case. Then purpose and scope of the audit being done. Yes,
Hmm.
it is a straight one. You can understand by
Yes.
looking into the option. Yes, D is the correct one. Okay.
Fine, we can go
Uh,
next. Yes.
yeah, fine.
While planning software and assessment, awareness should be to provide reasonable resources. प्लानिंग फेज की बात कर रहा है should be to assessment to provide define measurements that the audit work. I can see that. Okay. It's about what is the item for the percentage of the item for the audit work. Material item.
Yeah, material
What is
item.
material item?
So we have also discussed this in one of the question was there related with material risk, right? Like that earlier. You remember?
Material is
Yeah. One of the previous question we have that. We have discussed it.
material item. Mm,
Sometimes you will get a few questions which are, out of the boundary and you are not able to understand. Obviously, you cannot able to give answer or correct answer of each
Hmm.
question. So some kind of question would be like it would be more tricky. So
I'm
if
not
this
sure
is
what is this material
yeah,
item.
if
Then
this scenario will come, then it's better you can based on the your best judgment you can select your option and then move on. Do not going to waste your time on one question.
then
Okay.
then I will select D
D.
last.
Sufficient assurance that all items will be covered during the audit work. While planning an information system audit, an assessment of risk should be made to provide. So, a risk assessment should be made to provide reasonable assurance that the audit will cover material item. So, actually, material.
Hello.
Yeah, am I audible?
Ah, yes. Now
Yeah,
audible.
yeah. So, material item, I think it material item is what are the required, evidences and
Physical
all.
item.
Yeah, no, not physical, all the evidences which is required to perform the audit. That comes under the material item.
Okay, for which like we can collect the evidence. Those type of
Yeah, whatever the
items.
evidence is required, policies, procedures, documentation, all these things comes under the or screenshot or system configuration setting and all these things comes under the
Hmm.
material item, right?
Okay.
So if you are selecting these sufficient assurance that item will be covered during the that sufficient item that all item will be covered during the audit work. Okay.
Hmm.
So under the all item will not specify the
It is
entire
very generic.
material. Yeah,
Hmm.
entire material related with the audit. But if you consider here the material item, so material is the term actually we use basically to cover the all the related
Hmm.
evidences,
Relevant.
documents, and
Uh,
all relevant data required to perform the audit,
hmm.
right? So think on that. Now again think on that. So what would be the best solution?
Hmm.
So reassess this question again and then give the best answer.
Then B.
B.
Second.
B is saying define assurance that material item will be covered during the audit work.
Hmm.
Okay. Okay. Defining assurance that material item will be covered during the audit work.
Hmm.
Now here actually there is you are not getting the language of the options actually.
Yes.
What
Yes.
what B is saying define definite definite
Definite
assurance
assurance.
that material
Hmm.
item will be covered during the audit work. You means you are
Hmm.
asking to from assurance from the auditee and that you ensure that definite assurance you are asking for the definite assurance that material item will be covered during the audit work. During the audit work, whatever item, whatever material is required, you are definitely asking for the assurance. Sometime
Hmm.
it happened, it is not possible for the auditor to provide everything which is asking by the auditor. You got my point.
But then again, like, what is this material item? Then
Material item,
definition
all
of
the
this.
material item is all the documentation evidences or all the data required to perform the audit. That is a material item. And you in the B, you are
Okay.
asking for assurance.
Definitely include all those. Yes.
Yeah, you are asking for the assurance from the auditee end. In any audit, if,
Okay,
you
then
might
yes.
have done
Hmm.
several audits. So,
Mm-hmm.
are you asking for such kind of
Reasonable.
assurance?
No, no, no,
No,
never.
no, it is not
We will ask
even.
for the reasonable one
Yeah,
only.
even it is not possible for the auditor to provide everything. I mean, at that
Hmm.
point of time, right? Later on, he can provide, but it is not possible to have all
Yes.
the things at that particular moment, right?
Hmm.
Right. So,
A.
A, A is reasonable assurance that the audit will cover material data. Here you are asking for the reasonable assurance. Here that
Hmm.
see that term of the question, the option, right? Reasonable,
Yes. Hmm.
right? Yeah, he can assure you that he will provide you a reasonable or data required for the audit.
Hmm.
He will ensure that, but he will not ensure you
Hmm.
that definite assurance he will not give you.
Hmm.
Got my point?
Yes.
So B will not. I don't think B will be the correct one. A reasonable assurance that all item will be covered by the audit. Okay. Now here actually term is all item. Item is again may not under that scope everything will come. So because the material is the terminology where uh, all the audit related data will come under the material. So C is also eliminated. Sufficient assurance that all item will be correct during the audit work. Again here is they're asking for all the items. Okay.
Hmm.
And sufficient assurance. Again, sufficient is more strong assurance actually. And here asking about the item. So item is a weak word related with the data asking whatever data you are
Hmm.
asking for the auditor. Okay, so here the
Item can
material.
be anything.
Yeah, so I think reasonable assurance that the audit will cover material item. Here the material item is the keyword actually, right? So I think
Hmm.
A would be the best answer.
Hmm.
Okay. A is the best answer actually. Let's go for the explanation. State that applied risk assessment approach should help with the prioritize and scheduling process of the ISACA assurance work. The assessment should support the selection process of area and item of audit interest and the decision process to design and conduct particular IS audit engagement. So it is covered under the ISACA guideline under 2201 under the
Hmm.
risk assessment planning. Okay.
That I have to read, I think.
That you
2201.
2201 you can make a note of it.
Yes.
You
Take
can
any
just
screenshot.
yes you can refer it. So this is the I think so A is the best one. Okay.
Hmm.
So I think we have already discussed the other options actually, and we have already
Ah,
cleared on.
yes.
Okay, we can
Hmm.
move on the next one.
Most appropriate actions of information security are effective when shared user account are discovered as to this mission can this shared only on the system. See, document the
Okay.
finding and explain the risk of using shared IDs.
So question is the most to select the most appropriate action for the for an information as auditor to take when shared user accounts are discovered. When during the audit, when the auditor discovered that there are few shared user accounts, so what would be the best move from the
Hmm.
auditor end? So A is inform the audit committee of the potential issue. Okay, we
Hmm.
cannot directly inform to the auditee. Okay,
Yes.
review audit logs for the IDs in questions. Okay, audit logs we can review, but uh, since it is they have because they have already during the audit they have identified auditor has identified few shared account. Okay,
Hmm.
so so that can be taken uh, later on that
Hmm.
activity. Then document the finding and explain the risk of the using shared IDs. Uh, okay, auditor
Hmm.
can document the findings also. Request that the IDs are removed from the system. Okay, request that so that D is not possible. I mean, it can be
Hmm.
eliminated. There is a confusion between B and C. Review audit logs for the IDs in question and document the findings. Whether you will go for first for document the finding and explain it, or you will go for the review audit logs first for the IDs.
First, as per best practice, I will go with the C. First, we have to
Why?
explain you should never use this IDs first of all,
No, but you
shared
have
IDs.
identified that there are few IDs who are shared. So
Hmm.
are you not going to audit it first that the logs of the IDs?
Yes, but first I have to make a note, na, finding, and then we have to
But
explain you should never
if you are
use it,
making a
shared
finding,
IDs.
if you are making a finding without going through before reviewing the
But shared
logs.
ID it itself is NC.
Hmm.
Shared ID we should never
Yes,
use it first of
yes.
all.
So in case if
Option
here it is
C, I will go with C.
yeah, if in case if in this question instead of shared IDs only the normal user IDs has been is
Hmm.
mentioned, then you can go for the B1.
That is different case.
Then you will
Shared
go
ID
for the
is the
B.
issue.
Yeah, then
Hmm.
in that case you will go for the B1 first. Option
Hmm.
B first, right? But here
Hmm.
shared ID are mentioned here. So
Hmm.
you will not go for the audit of the logs because shared ID in itself is a issue. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So that is a catch here, actually. Right. So let's check.
Yes.
Yes, C is the correct one. So IS auditor role is to detect and document findings and control deficiencies. Part of the audit report is to explain the reasoning behind the findings. The use of the shared ID is not recommended because it does not allow for accountability of a transaction. An IS auditor
Correct.
differs to manage to decide how to respond to the finding presented. Okay. And if we talk about
Hmm.
the B, review of the audit logs would not be useful because the shared ID do not provide that for individual accountability. So the
Yes.
shared ID cannot provide you the
Hmm.
the activity accountability. So there is no use
Hmm.
of performing the audit.
Reviewing the logs further.
Yeah, reviewing the logs of the shared ID. So C is the best option. Okay,
Hmm. Now what
next.
is this? Information system. Auditor is stressed.
So previous question was the good one, and you have handled it very in a good way.
The practical,
Yeah,
yes, those questions. Hmm.
yeah. Because the candidate who is having
Those
enough
questions are
experience,
where experience came in.
yeah, yeah, only the experienced person can give the best
Can answer those type of questions.
explanation of this. Yeah.
Yes. Information System Auditor is conducting a compliance test. Choose. The test will assist the IS auditor to determine what test does the control support. Okay, that the control is the control is continuous design integrity of the data control. Is number two the financial. Option A and B. The control is operating effectively, and the control is operating as designed effectively. A then. Let's go with A.
So the question is, an information system auditor is conducting a compliance test to determine whether the controls support management policies and procedure. Okay.
Hmm.
The test will assist the IS audit to determine. Okay. So auditor has to identify uh, compliance or test to determine whether the controls support management policies and procedure. Okay, control has to support the
Hmm.
management policy and procedure. Suppose there is a policy of access control, so is saying the secure provisioning or deprovisioning. So
Hmm.
respective control should be there into the system, right? So we will check
Yes.
here the control effectiveness basically here.
Hmm.
So option would be the test will assist the IS auditor to determine that the control is operating effectively. Okay. Then the control is operating as designed, the integrity of the data control. Okay. The reasonableness of the financial reporting control. Okay. So
So
D can
C
be
and D
eliminated.
we can directly remove.
Integrity of the data control can there is a, now there is a option A and B. We need to
Yes.
choose. So the that the control operating effectively. Okay. And that the
Hmm.
control operating as designed. So as per you, it should be A.
A.
What is the rationale behind it? Why you are saying this?
Efficiently.
Efficiently.
Hmm.
Okay. And what is the baseline of the efficiently controlled
Whatever we have
design?
designed, yes, it is operating effectively or not. Because if it is not effective, then we have to again redesign it.
So the
So
effectiveness of the
design part
operation
is not
of see
effective.
the effectiveness of the operation is linked to some baseline, right? Baseline control.
Hmm.
That
Hmm.
is
Hmm.
that is defined by your design part of that control. You
Yes.
got my point.
Hmm.
First, you need to design the control, then you check the operation of the control, and then later on you, if suppose if the control is operating as per your design, as per the design, the control is operating. That means it is effective.
Okay. Okay.
You
Okay.
got my point.
Okay.
Your
Then it is B.
your operation of the control is directly being linked with the design of the control. So suppose if you tested the design is
Hmm.
working properly, you have
So
tested the
here
design
it
is
is
okay.
compliance testing we are doing. That's why. Okay. Okay. Fine. Well,
Yeah,
then B. Yes. You're correct.
yeah. So if you check, you already checked that control has been
Hmm.
designed as per the process, and then you are checking
Yes.
that it is also working effective. Means
Effectively or not. That
operation
is
is
next
also.
step.
No, effectiveness you are not checking. You are checking at the operation. Operation
Design part.
it is operation also as per the design part. That means both
Hmm.
operation and design are synced with each other, right? That means they
Hmm.
are equally that operation is also effective as per the requirement of the design. You got my
Hmm.
point.
Hmm. Hmm.
So it is
Yes.
you need not to test the effectiveness separately. It is
Hmm.
it is there. It is already tested. You
Hmm.
know. If you take the
Yes.
screenshot of the control and everything and you test it that all the data is syncing, that means it is operating. properly as per it is designed, and it is
Hmm.
you know, sufficing the policy also as per the policy it is
Hmm.
saying. So are you going to test it further for the effectiveness?
No.
No, right now, until and unless you will not identify any deviation in the effectiveness, sorry, in the
Hmm.
operation. If
Hmm.
you suppose you find any deviation in the operation, that it is not
Hmm.
operating as per the it is designed, then you will go for the effectiveness. You know, effectiveness will come on later stage.
Hmm.
You got it?
Yes, correct.
So here, in option A, it is only checking for the it is checking for the operating effect efficiently or not. Okay. But
Hmm.
in the option B, it is saying that the control is operating as designed. That means
Hmm.
it is in itself, it is operating effectively, efficiently.
Hmm.
You need not go for test uh, specifically for the effectiveness of design, because it is already synced with the design, and it that means it is effectively working. Operation is effectively working. Okay.
It's a tricky
So
question.
yeah. So again, you need to change your glasses
Hmm.
to catch this
I
question.
should
Okay.
not directly jump into conclusion.
Yeah. Let's
Hmm.
see what happened. Yeah. Yeah. C is the correct one. Sorry, B is the correct one.
B.
So here it is saying compliance tests can be used to test the existence of the effectiveness of a defined process. Understanding the objective of the compliance test is important. IS auditor want reasonable assurance that the controls on which they are relying are effective. An effective control is one that meets the management expectation and objective. Okay. So since it is
Hmm.
if it is working as per the design, so that means it is also effective.
Hmm.
Okay. We need not to check effectiveness separately.
Hmm.
Fine. So I think we should have take lunch break here,
Ah,
and
yes.
then we will connect at 2:30. Okay,
Okay.
fine. Then we will then we will go for the another
Next
round of
question.
questions. Okay,
Okay.
fine, fine. So let's have a break for 1 hour. We'll connect later on. Okay. So
Yes.
I hope you identify these questions are effective, operating
Yes.
effectively for you,
Yes.
right?
Hmm.
Test of design and effectiveness of
Yes.
this, right? So it will going to help you, and you also like these questions. I mean, at the level of the question, right?
So, like, can I get these questions like later so that in the weekdays I can like
Hmm.
go through this question again, something.
Okay, okay. We will provide. We will ask team to provide you. No problem
But
there.
this level of questions,
Yeah, yeah. This
these
level
these
of
these
question.
are good
Yeah,
because
yeah,
you
yeah.
saw
This.
na last at yesterday I given 99%.
Hmm. Yeah.
It is of no use. So it's very
No,
simple questions,
actually, yeah,
basic.
because we have not actually, yeah, it was not actually designed, basically not effectively designed for
Hmm.
CISA.
Yes, that's what I am saying.
Yeah,
But this level of
so
question, if you give me na, then it will
yeah,
be useful for me.
definitely we will provide whatever questions we will cover today, we will cover here.
Hmm.
Rest if it is left, we will provide you this
Hmm.
question. Okay.
So what I was thinking now, if we can do the theory part in like Saturday Sunday and do the questioning part, this Q&A
Hmm.
type, do this on week like in office. I have time little bit 1 or 2 hour. I
Hmm.
have time. I can go through the questions.
Uh,
That will be more
No, actually,
time
thing is
saving.
that as per our policy, actually, we need to cover both things, theory as well as
I
questionnaire
know, I
part.
know, I know,
Okay,
I know, I know. The
so
policy is
we
fine.
cannot. We cannot.
Um,
So that is what I'm. As you can see here, there are. I mean,
mm,
how many questions are there? There are many questions. There are around
I
165
think
questions in domain one
160.
only. Okay,
Oh,
and we
okay.
have still covered 27 question. I think from rest of the
Hmm.
day we will only cover, I think, 45 or maximum for 50 question we can
Whatever.
cover. And so whatever
50
question are
something.
still left, like 100,
Hmm.
more than 100 question, 110 question will be left. So we can provide you,
Hmm.
you can go through it. Okay.
Okay, okay, okay.
So because
Perfect.
it is not possible for us also to, you know,
Cover
go
everything.
through
Yes.
go through entire
Hmm.
questionnaires. We can
Yes,
guide
yes.
you. You know what? Uh,
Hmm.
I want to say that we can guide you at each aspect, but thing is that
Yes.
the extra effort is required from
I
your
have to
end.
make
So
yes.
yeah, so if
Yes,
anything
yes.
we left,
Fine,
because
fine.
we cannot, until and unless
Uh,
if we, even you are getting bored, if we are, we are taking 8 hours
hmm.
session, it's a long session. So you
Hmm.
will also get bored at certain point of time. Okay,
But
so
today's session is much more useful for me
yeah,
because
today,
we are focusing on Q&A and
but
we are
thing is that if,
brainstorming the
yeah,
real
but
scenarios.
yeah, I understand that. But until and unless you will not go through the theory part, and we will not
Hmm.
describe you, so there would be chance that you cannot, because if you have already seen that many of the question you are not able to identify the keywords,
Correct,
certain
correct.
keywords
Yes.
are right there. So for
Hmm.
that part, it is necessary to explain the theory part also, right? So there is
Yes.
a combination of
Substantive testing, I forgot.
Y- yes, substance
You,
testing. Yeah. So
you
these
taught me
things are
yesterday.
very required. Yeah.
Ah, yes.
These. So it's a combination of both, and because it is not your exam, it is our exam actually.
Mm.
So we are also
Both
trying
things.
our best. Yeah, we are also trying our
Uh,
best to provide you all the resources, all the explanation
uh,
for each question, as well as all the theory part, all the concepts should be clear from our end.
mm,
Okay. So
mm,
that is the reason maximum what we can cover, and we have a limited time, so we are trying to
mm.
cover in 2 days both theory and questionnaire. So we will provide you
Yes.
this question. You
Mm,
can go through it later on whenever you get a time. Okay, and
mm, mm,
also whenever you get a uh, time to get similar question from other resources, you can refer that,
mhm,
because right now I am only means covering domain one. There are
mm.
uh, 5 domains. So if you can see here, we are only covering domain one. Here, domain two, three, four, five. Okay,
Then
and
all
this,
domain.
yeah, all domain cover an entire domain question.
Mm, okay.
So one by one we will cover that. Okay.
Mm.
Since questions
89%
are
accurate, correct, huh? As of now,
here, it is mentioned
at the
89.
top,
Actually, yeah,
27
actually,
questions.
yes. So. That is
Okay.
actually we are discussing, and then after discussing, we are putting the answer.
Mm.
So
Let me choose wrong. Then we can get
yes,
then
few
correct.
questions you have choose few questions wrong. Then
Uh-huh.
later on, after our discussions,
Uh,
when individual you are doing this, so you will you will not able to brainstorm the based on their questions, right? Like we are
mm,
doing here, right? Uh,
mm-hmm.
So you just directly jump into the question,
Conclusion.
solution. You will look for
Mm,
solution, and you will say, okay, this is the answer of this. But
mm.
justification, you will not able to discuss like here what we are doing,
Yes.
right? So it is getting more
This
impacted,
is
and whatever you are learning here, it will be stored in your mind directly. Somewhere you will,
yes, yes.
it is easy to recollect these things,
Correct. I
right?
will never forget substantive testing again.
Yeah. And you can also tell others also that this is the substantive
Uh,
testing. Yeah.
yes.
And so
Because in
that,
real world, we will say test of design and test of effectiveness. We will never use
mm,
this word substantive testing. But in
yes.
ISACA, they are using substantive testing.
Yeah.
Fine,
So
fine, fine. This is
so
useful.
fine. Yeah. So that is
Mm.
why I don't want to skip any step. Whatever we
Correct,
want,
correct, correct.
we can cover, we
Perfect,
will
perfect.
cover. Rest you, if
I will
get the
go
time,
by
then
myself.
go through
Mm.
it. Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, so let's connect at 2:30.
Okay, fine.
Okay, bye.
Yes.